and I think we're loading. Should be live now. All right, we're live.
Hi, Nicholas. You're welcome to Nanotechnology 2022. I'm happy to have you here in person after 3 years. So you are in the expo area. You can see here, for example, this smart bus station where flexible organic electronics are integrated and provide to the customers, to the citizens, energy during waiting the bus station. So nevertheless, you are here inside of expo area. It's after break of lunch break, and let me see and introduce to some people which you can talk later.
This is great. So this is the big topic right now. Everybody needs energy,
Yes,
solar energy.
Yes, from everywhere energy. For example, from the agrivoltaics, from greenhouses, from the Mediterranean greenhouses in pergola, like here, okay? We have this solar pergola, so energy, photovoltaics and OLEDs are integrated. You can see here, for example, this building integrated facilities of organic photovoltaics, or you can see this other people like people from tools, monitoring techniques, characterization techniques, people from Semilab. Christoph is here. You're welcome, Christoph. And also people from OIT. Okay, the company already talked earlier. Here is the CEO of Chris Varlamis and CTO Evangelos Mekeridis. I suppose you will talk later and interview and other people, Hitassos Galachopoulos, but also the lab of nanotechnology. Many things started from this lab. I was the founder and director, you know this one. So Christos is here. And Christos, you have some special things there with a boat producing energy. You will move this one and see Christos construction. Also Alexandros, just before going here, Alexandros comes for BL Nanobiomed, working on rapid test, working on nanofilters. So Christos, could you say a few things about your construction here? You produce energy from everywhere, anytime. So you see here,
hello,
you can
Nicholas.
stop, you produce energy from light just here. Christos, say a few things, please.
Here you can see this is some semi-transparent organic photovoltaic modules that are able to produce energy even in low light conditions, and also they are able to, for example, give lighting in several applications like boats and so on, that can be used in power consumption devices.
So you can stop producing energy. So you produce,
Even
because
if you try
produce
to
energy from both sides of this photovoltaics, special photovoltaics, very high efficiency already. But
And later
Christos,
I'll be able
later
to-
you say many details. Let's do pass through from these people here coming from the Hellenic Organic Electronic Association. Brings together more than 40 companies in this field of organic electronics and connect also all over the world with other associations like Korea Association or Japan Association or German or Afelin from France. So this is the General Director, Mr. Katiparadisis, I suppose
Hi.
you will introduce
Yeah.
later, and Evangelos behind.
We'll do video tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already this one, okay. Another guy here, you may know this one, it's Thomas Kolbus from Coatema. He's there, okay. Interviewed now. Hi, Thomas.
Hi.
You know
Hey.
Nicholas, okay?
Yeah.
He's here many years now. Since 2008 started this stuff of organic electronic. So, okay. I suppose you arranged a meeting to interview with Nicholas during the days, okay?
Yeah, okay.
For your lecture, but also for Coatema and your product, your machine products. So other people, you see here this robotic coming for Kyprios. Kyprios, yeah, the company. Okay, the people try to test the system. Or say, you can interview later this people as well. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's going to be
this
cool.
robot, you see how it's
So
going?
during this week, we're going to be doing videos. I'll
Yeah.
see you later to do an interview.
Yeah. See you.
And
Yeah.
also from other companies here, you see some people prepare. For example, from Bavaria Research, this company is here. You're welcome.
Hello, thank
Hello.
you.
You're welcome to Thessaloniki.
Thank you
Is
very
coming
much.
Pantelis also?
Yes.
Okay. This gentleman, okay, he comes every year here from Vector Technologies from Athens. Hi.
Hi.
How are you? You're welcome. Okay.
Thank you.
So,
nice to meet you again.
You know, okay, this is
Our children.
it's, the family came, okay?
generation.
All the family. You know Adonius can give you all information about the expo or the conference, how things going. This lady comes from Aristotle University also, where here is this booth prepared for several labs from the Aristotle University. Okay, you're welcome. So, let's see what's going on inside. Do you like to see a bit inside to one of the room?
Let's have a look. It's busy right now in the lectures,
I
right?
think so. I think because they just started after the break, last break. Let's see. Have a look on the inside.
And it's the whole week conference.
This is a whole week. Started actually on last Saturday, July 2nd, with the schools. We have a lot of schools. We'll see a bit later.
And we'll be quiet
it's,
here, yeah?
Yeah. Let's take a picture.
The positioning and the density of this wire. So this is an example of what we can do. Essentially, the trick is essentially to have a seed layer and some coating with some catalytically inactive areas that you then can pattern by laser patterning or nanotechnology, whatever. And then
So lectures the whole day.
All days
You'll
lectures.
have actually
in
several rooms.
Several rooms. This is one of the rooms, but as I told you before, the whole event, Nanotechnology, started on last Saturday, 2nd of July, and up to Saturday, next Saturday, July 9, ended with the schools. We have 3 schools on nanotechnologies, electronics, and nanomedicine. So things going well, okay? Because I suppose also you test all the system, your machines.
Yeah,
your
hopefully everybody
tools,
can watch this
yeah.
live and post the comments.
So how
Here we
this
have-
goes,
can we get
because
100 likes on
you
this
transfer
video?
on top on you all these machines, all these systems, these fantastic smart systems, okay? So let's go inside again to find Chris in order to visit, for example, the parking place, which is outside, and in parallel to say a few words about the school or some other details about the conference, because the conference, the whole exhibition started, as I said, on Saturday, 2nd of July. Involves 3 conferences: the nanotechnologies conference, the organic print electronics conference, and the international conference on 3D printing and bioprinting. Besides this one, you have the schools, okay?
This is the most important technology event right now in Europe.
Yes, it's one of the most important events in Europe, and especially the world of nanotechnology, where you see all these vertical things going in parallel, starting from schools and going to business, from conferences to matchmaking events. Every Wednesday, every year you have this matchmaking event, a B2B event, where technology people try to work together with. Hello, you're welcome to Thessaloniki.
Thank you,
and
sir.
to nanotechnology.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, this is Gellert
Engineering. It's a
Engineering
German company.
from German company. Okay.
We'll do a video interview after.
Yes.
We can come and do video with
Yes,
you.
of course. Whenever you
All
like.
right.
In English,
All right.
German, wherever you like.
Whatever you want.
Cool. See you later.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right.
So 3 conferences, international conferences, the school, the matchmaking. I said will take place on Saturday. So you can see this amazing thing, a bag with energy producing and OLED in order to have this aesthetic design. Okay, inside there is a battery which provide the energy any time to lady. Okay, for example. So also this one, you can see this OLED applications. It's not only photovoltaic but also OLED. Please, you can say a few things, Chris. Please, let's say a few things just now here in front of your booth, but also say a few things about the parking place.
Okay.
This larger, let's say, application you installed outside of this building.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. This year we're showcasing our demonstrators for agrivoltaics applications. So we pair an agrivoltaic solution for greenhouses and OPV, so you are able to generate power and develop crops at the same time. This is our demo case, our biggest greenhouse. Okay, this one.
Can we walk over there? So
Yes.
actually, this is somewhere in Thessaloniki.
Yes, this is in Thessaloniki.
We will check it maybe one of these days.
We will check it. We will take a closer look into that. So we can walk inside. You can see it's a bigger installation with already grown tomatoes. You see tomatoes are red. We also have
And this to help to like light them 24 hours a day, or you bring more light
exactly.
when it's dark, or
With organic photovoltaics, we are able to manipulate how much irradiation and heat goes actually on the plants themselves. So they grow better, they don't produce heat burns, and they actually have an increased yield of up to 30% for tomatoes in that case. Okay.
and what is this one down there?
Okay, this one is our solar window where we have implemented organic solar cells inside the window frame. This is perfect for building integrated solutions where photovoltaics can be placed on different building elements, but in this case we put them inside the glass. So they're inside the glass panes and you can take it and install it on the building.
Nice. And you have some demos around here of this glass also. You're
Yes,
showing
of
it.
course. The demos are back there. If you want to move over there,
Yeah.
let's go. This is our demo glass right here. This is our bigger frame, our bigger window. So this is a complete aluminum frame with glass, and photovoltaic panels are incorporated inside the triplex glass. So it's everything glued, it's protected from the elements, and is able to generate renewable energy.
It's transparent.
Yes, it's semi-transparent. You can see it's above 35% transparency. You can see if I go behind it, you can see me. Okay.
All right. So it's important to keep the shade in the buildings when it's very hot.
Of course, if it gets very hot and buildings, people are not very comfortable in high heat and high sun. Okay. Behind the glass is actually very cool, and this is the next generation of the building integrated panels. You can see it over here. Okay, this is more uniform in shape and color. There are no stripes, and it has a higher transparency.
Are you able to do in mass production?
Yes.
How is
doing
status
this.
of getting this to mass production?
We are able to manufacture it in a roll-to-roll format. Okay, so we use a very big roll-to-roll machine to produce this in high volumes, and we are able to address the market needs. So this is a panel. Okay, this is our next
Nice.
generation of building
Can I
integrated
buy this and
photovoltaics.
put on my house?
Yes, you can.
What's
contact.
the price?
You can contact us, and you can buy directly from us.
If I need 20 meters,
If
Square.
you need, yes,
there's a discount.
you can buy it for 20
Okay,
meters.
but,
No, maybe more.
How about is it going to
Maybe more.
survive the snow?
It can. If
Rain?
we already integrate this in polycarbonate sheets or even glass to protect them and give them the ability to survive in the harshest winter.
And is it going to last 40 years? What's the life expectancy?
Not even glass will last 40 years. We're around and maybe above 10 years in lifetime.
And then I just put a new one, right?
You just put a new one.
And the next gen in 10 years will maybe have more
Maybe
power even.
triple the efficiency and double the lifetime.
Nice. And will be easy to upgrade?
This is very easy to upgrade. Actually, it's very easy to install and put it in many different applications. So it's very easy to remove it as it is to install it. Of course, you can remove it and put a new one where you want.
Is it cheaper than conventional?
No, we
square meter?
cannot compare it to conventional silicon technology. This is much more mature in terms of efficiency and technology development. This is the state of the art in photovoltaics.
So it's high efficiency.
It has high efficiency for organic module. Okay.
Are you able to say that eventually will be the highest efficiency, or
Maybe.
compared to all the other technologies?
It's very difficult to compare technologies between themselves, but we hope we have a lot more applications for this type of modules, and hopefully one day we can match the silicon technology performance.
Nice.
Yes.
And I heard that you even have a crazy setup outside in the...
Yeah, we can go check it out.
You can check it out.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's go.
All right. And you have a bunch more stuff at the booth, but
Yes.
maybe we'll
Maybe we'll
check
check
back
later.
during this week, right?
Let me take one of these panels with me. This is the same type of panels that are integrated in the parking itself. Okay. We'll see more of it outside. Let's go.
Okay. So has it been busy 2 years?
It's actually yes.
3 years since we last met.
Since we last met, yes, it was 2020. Since your last
2019,
time here.
last time.
Yes, yes, exactly. Right now it's more people here, more people on the live event. Okay, some people actually on the remote, but we are very pleased with the results this year. Now let me put my sunglasses on,
Right.
and we can walk outside. It's very hot outside.
Cool.
Today is around 36, 37 degrees. Let's go.
It's the best place in Europe to work on solar technology.
Yeah, it's very good, very good. We have one of the highest irradiation here in Europe, so you can understand it's a very good place to develop solar projects.
All right. And everybody in the chat, let me know if the quality is good, and ask questions. I can ask. Let me know in the chat.
So this is the parking installation that we have this year. You can see this is the type of format of panels that we use. So we take these panels, we prepare them with cables and diodes and stuff like that. We glue them on the polycarbonate sheets to protect them. It's glued from the inside to protect them from the elements, let's say heavy snow or maybe hail. And then we connect them in series and in parallels to form electrical strings. And all this energy, all the energy that's produced here is stored in battery. This case is a small battery type, but on a real type scenario we have a lot bigger battery. So we can manipulate the stored energy as we like. So we can use it for illumination, for let's say camera setups, closed circuit TV, or even Wi-Fi broadband services and stuff like that. The biggest challenge is how we can supplement the charge for electric vehicles. So for that reason, we can pair an appropriate electrical charger, okay, that can use renewable energy produced here on the site to actually supplement the charge for electric vehicles.
So this roof is going to help charge the car.
Yes,
How
exactly.
much of the charging is going to happen through the solar roof?
It
compared
depends.
to the grid?
It depends on the
day like
car.
this?
Yes, that very much depends on the situation and the car itself. But it can supplement very nicely the charge of the car. And at the same time, have a very nice shade where it's cooler here underneath.
The whole parking should be like this.
Yeah, the whole parking should be. Eventually, the whole parking should be like this. Here, around under the photovoltaics, maybe it's 10 degrees cooler. That's that's on the sun.
Nice.
That's
It's
very
important
good,
to be
yeah.
cooler. You save energy cooling the car later, because if it gets too hot, and then also
This is a passive advantage, okay? So because not so much radiation goes through the panels have the added benefit of cutting 100% of the UV radiation. So no UV radiation reaches the car and the people underneath the panels. So this will
Yes.
help actually not put too much heat stress on the car.
nice. So what's the price for these 20 meter or something like that? Oh, you cannot say, huh?
Yeah, no, I cannot say the price. This very much depends on the specific situation and the type of panels.
It'd be nice if people could cover their roofs and their houses for like affordable price, and just
Yes.
connect, save some money on energy.
And this
Great.
is our main goal, to provide sustainable electricity, because we are able to provide this in high volumes, and now we're trying even more to increase the efficiency and power output, okay, and also the lifetime, to be able to implement this kind of technology in many different formats. So building integrated photovoltaics, agrivoltaics with OPV, electromobility applications, and so much more.
But the question is, when do politicians jump in or companies and place a big order?
Yeah,
It's happening?
this is already happening. Okay, this is a technology that we need the public to know more about. That's why we do all these events and we participate in so many exhibitions around the world to educate the public and actually get the big investors, attract their interest, and actually make them develop projects with this kind of technology.
There's one question: can these be put on top of electric car roofs
We have
to
done.
charge them while you drive?
Yes, we have done projects with a large car manufacturer here in Europe. That was around 2016. These were some preliminary projects. The technology is very much more mature nowadays, and actually we are planning to do even bigger installations on cars and other types of trucks, of transport vehicles.
How good does this work in cloudy countries compared to other solar panels?
Yeah, compared to other panels, it works very good. I think maybe it can lose around 30% of its efficiency, but it can work even on cloudy weather. There's no problem for that.
Are you
Actually-
able to say some numbers in terms of efficiency?
Yes, we are looking above 6% for the fully printed panel, for this type of fully printed panel, for this one.
6%.
Yes, it's above 6% actually. Last year was around 5%. This year we're looking above 6%, and we are more than 7.5% in the lab scale. So the small scale, that's already in research and development.
How do you get to more and more percent? What is the trick?
The trick is to improve our process, our printing process, the improvement in materials, and our know-how actually on how to print them and increase the yield of production and the power efficiency of the photovoltaic panels.
So is it kind of like the materials you use, the mix?
It's a mix
Are
of
you thinking
materials.
perovskite?
Currently,
something?
no. Currently, no. We do not have perovskite under consideration for a large-scale format. Okay, this organics is the largest scale that we use currently. But the efficiency and the improvement in power output is a mix of better materials and better process. So we're able to produce better panels, better OPV.
Nice. Do you have this on your house?
I'm developing a
flat?
project. I'm developing a project actually. Yes, this is under
Nice.
development. Yeah.
Yeah, I really want to see affordable solar
Yes.
and easy to just like place an order online.
Mm-hmm.
You get a little roll,
Yes.
and maybe you could even install it yourself
Like a
and not
DIY.
be afraid of insurances, regulation. Just put it on your roof, plug it in somewhere.
That
and
will
boom.
be maybe the next step. Yes. If we develop some kits, DIY kits, so anyone could just place an order and install it in Windows. Let's say sunshades, carports like this one. A lot of different
And
applications.
I'm just gonna say number, but I don't know. Like, it'd be nice, couple thousand. I don't know, euro. I don't know how much you need for this size.
This
maybe
is
more.
more than a couple thousand euros because you
Yeah.
have considered the different materials, the parking, the development site itself, okay, the OPV installation.
Maybe 5,000.
Maybe more, maybe double
more.
that. Maybe double that. Yeah, but
Yeah.
we're always trying to have a better performing product with lowering the cost at the same time.
If you buy the panels and do it yourself, install it yourself, different price, right?
Yeah, maybe you can save some bucks, but okay. The main cost here is the photovoltaic panel itself, not the installation cost. So that's why we're trying to drive the cost down for the panel itself.
The EU, Greece, everybody should put billions into this.
Yeah,
we
you
should be
yeah,
like,
we
hey,
should.
this is a top priority. Let's
should.
get some European solar technology out there.
And actually, green technologies is in the core of EU policy, okay, European policy, sustainable technologies for solar and more especially RES. So yes, the policy is there, and now we need even bigger investments for the technology and the actual projects themselves.
Nice. So that's what the conference is for, right? People
Yeah,
are meeting. You're meeting with the regulators. You're meeting with politicians. You're meeting professors.
Exactly.
You're meeting
Exactly.
startups.
Exactly. This is a very large multi-event where scientists, engineers, policymakers, everyone comes here to see the new technologies, what's new, let's say, what are the latest developments in solar and especially OPV. So a lot of brainstorming, a lot of ideas getting developed right here, right now. So let's hope this year we get more and more ideas, better ideas, and actually we have a very positive impact.
Can these be used on their own, not needing a battery? You can just connect it directly.
You can use it directly, but it's best to have a battery. So you can produce electricity around maybe 10 to 12 hours a day. You can store it, and then you can use it later.
Right.
Yes.
The battery is also a cost to consider.
It is a cost, yes, of course.
A good battery, you need a big.
Whole project. Yes. For the whole project, the cost of battery is maybe 30 to 40% or even more.
All right. And maybe we can go back to your booth.
Yes,
There's
let's
a
go back
bunch
to our
more.
booth.
And at the back also, you have some more demos.
Yes, let's go.
Is it fun to see people?
Yeah, after all these years, with COVID situation and stuff like that, it's very good to see people, discuss with people, because there's no substitute for actual conversation. Okay, so
There's one question.
Yes.
So this solar is better than wind power?
I cannot say that's better than wind power. It's supplementary. Okay, wind power is a completely different thing. These technologies are all renewable energy, but nothing is better than the other. Okay, we cannot
You need
compete.
everything.
We need everything. Exactly.
Let's go and look at your installation over there. Like different kind of use cases, right?
Yeah, we have different kind of use cases for organic panel. Let's see. Okay.
So what are we seeing here?
Yes, this is a retractable pergola. Let me demonstrate. Okay. We have implemented the photovoltaics in the covering material. So because they're very lightweight and flexible, so they can be integrated anywhere. You can retract it. There is an electrical mechanism, okay, that is also able to operate with OPV power, okay. And you can actually set it up to cover a very big area. This is a small one, that's for demonstrative purposes, but you get the idea, okay. OPV panels are installed on the covering material, and at the same time provide enough shade for people to be comfortable underneath. So no UV actually reaches people staying downside, and also you can generate electricity to power up, electronics, charge your devices for lighting, and anything else. Yes. Shall we move to the next one? Yes. Uh, This is our pergola bed, specifically made for tourism here in Greece. You know, here in Greece, tourism is a very big thing. Okay, so we try to find different applications, specific niche market that requires, you know, new projects that can have some added value and added benefit for the customer. So in that case, we have implemented the OPVs on the roof, again on the roof of the pergola, the wooden pergola. And we can operate a small refrigerator down here, and also people are able to charge their devices through dedicated USB ports. And there is actually a 12-volt port to operate different other things.
Nice. So it's like really for the beach.
Yeah, this is for the beach, specifically for this kind of setup. Yes, exactly. And right here we have our solar bus station. This is for projects that we have developed here with a municipality here in Thessaloniki. In this type of setup, the photovoltaics are embedded in 2 sheets of polycarbonate, so they are fully protected against snow, rain, hail, even extreme heat. And we can produce enough electricity to power up the advertising board in this with LED in this scenario. And actually there are not 2 but 4 USB charging ports to charge your mobile devices, let's say phones, smartwatches. When you wait for the bus, you can just plug it in and have a quick charge. And
Nice.
all the electronics, this is not set up completely right now. All the electronics are embedded in this system, so it's all in one system. And it can be remote installed in many different scenarios. You don't need to be tied to the grid. Okay, you can just have a battery and photovoltaics, and you can power up all your setup. And there is also an LED stripe right here that is used for nighttime illumination.
Nice. So it's just a question of them placing order for hundreds of these, and all the different local governments all over the world.
So for the smaller to the larger project, the developer has to come to us. Okay, we can develop the whole project, or we'll bring more people together, more companies together to build the bus station. We build the photovoltaics, we install it, and then we deliver it to the client.
Nice. There's one question here. Solar power came a long way since my solar calculator. He had solar in his calculator in the 80s.
Yeah,
So
this was
this is-
this
Big
was
advance.
a very good design, a huge advancement. Okay, this is over 30 years or even more of development. This is the 3rd generation. So we have gone through 1st generation, 2nd generation of thin films. This is the 3rd generation, fully printed organic solar cells.
Nice.
Yeah.
Should we walk back to your booth?
Yes, let's go.
There's even more. So we're looking at those cool purses. What's the brand? Gucci? Prada?
No. We cannot say. I cannot say on camera.
No.
But
you could work with them.
Yes,
They
we can.
contact you,
We can.
and then boom.
Not them specifically, but we have done contacts with developers. It's actually huge to have a brand name on top of that. Okay. The main idea behind this is how you can use a system that generates electricity in a portable format. Okay. So this is not specifically wearable, but you can see it's very lightweight. All electronics are implemented inside the bag. And there are charging stations, so you can plug in your phone to charge. Okay, and it's also light for nighttime illumination. In this type of women's purse, this is one demonstrator. This is the other case of our setup, where there is a dedicated USB port here to charge your device, and actually there are lights. You can see that you can use for signal purposes, and the full organic solar cell is implemented very nicely on the front of the bag.
Nice. And there's a whole bunch of more other demos at the booth. What is this motor helmet?
Motorcycle jacket.
And we're back. Sorry about that. And let's continue.
Yes, okay. So we have been contacted by several motorcyclists, and they saw for flexible lighting, they saw the advantage to use this type of technology in the actual jackets. So we have incorporated a thin strip, a very lightweight. This is less than a hundredth of a millimeter in width. That is incorporated very nice on the back of the jacket, and this can illuminate in the night, giving more an optical signal. Okay, signal the other drivers that there is an actual person on the motorbike. Okay, and we have done the same work on helmets. So all this flexible lighting is incorporating in the cell of the helmet, and it's able to illuminate. Okay, you can see we can operate it.
So you do flexible solar and flexible lighting, OLED.
We do flexible solar, flexible lighting, OLED, electroluminescence. We also do flexible sensors, flexible antennas, RFIDs, and stuff like that. We can print a lot of different things.
I got a couple questions in the chat.
Yeah, let's see.
What's the cost per square meter?
Right now, it's more or less 1,000 euros per square meter.
For the solar?
For the solar, panels, installation, cabling, and everything included.
All right. And here's how much power does the solar output? Is it 6% you were talking about?
This is a 6% efficiency. It's around 25 watts per square meter of install capacity, yes.
Can install in other country to produce this solution?
Yes.
You can work with every country.
We can work with any other country, yes. We work with a lot of European Union countries. We work with USA, different countries. So everything is possible here, yes.
Nice. Let's continue. You were talking about this helmet. So that was more about the display. No solar?
No, there is no solar here. We are trying to do it for a later demonstration, but the main case here for this type of applications is how we can use flexible lighting that we produce in this type of installations. And the last one that I'm going to show you is the jacket that incorporates flexible lighting. Let's see. This is another one of these safety jackets. Okay. So in this instance, we can provide a signal, an optical signal, to say that someone is here. Okay, there is a presence of a human here. Okay, you can see everything is incorporated. Incorporated side is very lightweight, so anyone can carry it with them.
So it's about safety to light it up.
Everything about safety, yes. Even with the helmet and the jacket, the motorcycle jacket, it's all about safety. You know, you need that extra optical signal, especially when the night conditions, there's not enough light. Anything extra can benefit.
What's the partnership that you do, or do you do it yourself? The whole roll-to-roll manufacturing?
We have a very strong collaboration with a lab for thin film here in Thessaloniki, the LTFN lab from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. We exchange a lot of knowledge, okay, a lot of R&D, so research and development, and we will produce anything. Everything here is produced in a roll-to-roll format.
Nice. So it's going to be a busy week.
Yes, busy week. A lot of very interesting talks and topics here. A lot of very interesting people. Some new, some okay. We have met again, but it's great for networking and meeting new people always.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Maybe I can introduce me to one of your friends around. We can
Yes.
just continue the live stream.
Yes. Okay.
Alright. We're gonna continue the live stream right now. So
Should we continue?
okay, we're gonna go. Okay.
Okay.
Let's go around. Let's see who's available to speak. Around here, who's available to speak? Okay. Well, maybe I'm gonna go live stream a little bit the lecture.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's a very good idea. Yes. Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
See you later.
Thank you. See you. Yeah.
Okay. Hi. Welcome everybody here in Thessaloniki. I'll be doing interviews with all these exhibitors during the event. And now going over to check one of the lectures, if I can connect the sound so you can listen in. The lecture. And this way. Okay, I'll put you in a break for a second until 100 likes. That's a good idea. Linear to use. I'll go in. OET. Can you find it? The link. Put it on the chat. I'll put it on the chat if you don't find it. And I'll put you right back as soon as I got sound in the lecture room. I'm trying to do that right now. Maybe a few minutes. See you. Thanks for watching. here. The lecture is going virtual right now. You can actually join it on the Nanotexnology website. All right. So we're right here. So please introduce yourself.
I'm Tobias from Cyprus. We do lab automation equipment. We have this new spin coating robot in our portfolio. It automates the whole step that is usually done manually. It can move substrates around. It can automate the pipetting, and so all the very tiresome work where you as a PhD often have trouble and make mistakes can be automated in this setup. And our goal was to make a system that is suitable for every lab. So we offer it starting at 36,000 euros.
For every lab?
Yeah,
every lab does something like this?
Yes, every lab more or less that works with inks and printed electronics also works with spin coating. And yeah.
So what is it doing right now?
It just took the tip, now it opens the vial to take the ink. It goes down, detects where the ink starts, takes the ink, puts the lid back so that it doesn't evaporate, and now it will eject the ink on the spin coater. And all the timings and everything, the volumes can be set very accurately, more accurate than you could do it manually. So with microliter precision and millisecond precision in the timings, for example for perovskite deposition quenching steps that are really time relevant, here you can do it very accurately and reproducibly every day.
Nice. Accurately, reproducibly, the quantities is precise?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And you can do, for example, 100 identical samples. That would be very tiresome, but if you want to do stability testing also, you need a lot of samples, and here you can do it fully automated with the same quality, and yeah, the next day you can start over again. You can collaborate with other labs, for example, exchange recipes that other people then can also reproduce very easily.
Is this the information about it?
Yes.
So what do we see on this brochure?
Here we see the flyer and the different applications where it's suitable, from semiconductors, perovskite, photovoltaics, batteries, fuel cells, OLEDs, lighting sensor, display applications, you name it. We can do all the customization to suit these different technologies and yeah, adjust the lab help for your needs.
Skyprios sounds like a Greek name.
Yes, but it's a combination of science printing of semiconductors. So it's an acronym for that.
Where are you based?
We are from Nuremberg in Germany.
All right, that's where I was just like last week at the Embedded World.
Ah, okay, yeah, that's a big conference there.
And it's a cool field to be working in the printed electronics and helping that field. It's a very active
yes, definitely.
industry.
I mean, a lot of different inputs from different groups. Yeah, it's very active. The procedures they change very often. We need to develop new equipment all the time. Here we have the unit with an improved sealing. So now this is, for example, for handling very volatile solvents like chloroform, so that you can heat it, but still it will not evaporate, and it will keep the the volume constant. And then when you need it, it opens automatically, so you can integrate it also in the spin coating robot. Then we have measurement units we can integrate. So there are a lot of components that can be integrated and added to the SpinBot system.
Do you have many customers?
Yes, we just started this year with the system on the market, but demand is already very good. and it meets our expectations.
This
So
is your booth, the whole area here?
yeah, the whole area is our booth.
What automatic research? Is that your slogan?
Yes, here we have also equipment for example, for doctor blading. Usual manual doctor blading when you go to larger sizes than spin coating and would like to make modules. And here we have a measurement unit that has a lot of small SMUs to measure up to 72 solar cells at a time. So this is a stability measurement setup for solar cells. And
Alright. Stability of solar cells.
yes, so all the cells, you can illuminate them here. You can put in like 9 substrates at a time in one of these holders, and all of them can be kept in their maximum power point individually. That's something that is very often needed for perovskite research.
So a lot of people are researching perovskite right now. They want to make the
yes.
best solar.
Yes, definitely.
Next gen.
And the efficiency is already quite high, but the stability is one of the most active research fields at the moment. So here our setup has also meets a quite high demand, and can
Nice.
help a lot of labs to increase the
is this
throughput.
in full mass production, this solution? Or is like a prototype, one of the first ones, and people can get it later?
No, this is we are now selling it. It's already on 3 continents distributed in this short period after a couple of months. So yeah, there's a lot of customer demand from San Francisco to Singapore, where we
Cool.
already delivered systems.
Cool. All right. Thanks a lot.
Yeah,
Something
no
we
worries.
forgot to talk about?
I think we're fine. We're good.
Cool. Thanks a lot. Okay.
Yeah,
Actually,
no worries.
See you later. And going over here to try to film one more interview. In the chat, if the quality's good, sound is good, please let me know. I'm hoping to bond custom mode with Vodafone to get a stable connection here. All right.
Okay, hello.
I'll switch like this. All right. Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Please introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm the elder one, of course.
Yeah.
My name is Martin Krebs. I'm physicist and electrochemist. I'm working for Varta for more than 33 years, but now I'm retired. And this is my successor, Nicholas Bucher. Well, in my retirement, I continue to work with printed electronics because I did it for a long time, and I support Varta, and I am looking for new applications for printed batteries and other printed objects.
Printed batteries. It can work?
It does work, actually. So hello, my name is Nicholas Bucher. I'm with Varta as the head of Funnel Projects, his successor basically. And we continue the story that he started from research projects, now at the doorsteps basically of commercialization. Printed batteries, as you can see here, is the novel technology that we have at the moment.
Microphone.
Yes. And basically it is super slim energy source which can be used in different applications. We have identified, in nowadays with the trend for Internet of Everything, with the trend of ever sensing, basically this device is the enabler of such technologies in sports, in medicine, or in basically in tracking. And the device, the battery source is designed super slim with a certain capacity, which can be integrated in different shapes, as you can see here. So it's basically connected with printed. It can be connected with digital
using some Wi-Fi,
Exactly.
NFC, and so on.
Yeah. So
So it goes in the shoe.
it can
It
go.
goes on the
into-
patch.
Basically, if you with the Internet of Everything or the ever sensing, with sports trackers or with having medical applications for a smart patch, for example, it can be done in any shape to, for example, measure temperature, can be measured for heartbeat,
Oxygen, blood
oxygen level.
Yeah,
But
so-
the main application that we have also identified is, of course, in type of tracking. Sensitive good, for example. Think about all the vaccinations that are shipped around the globe at the moment by minus 80 degrees C. To track these, that it has still the same condition as initially, it can be equipped with a smart label, power sourced with our printed device, and in that tracked over the full globe, reachable at any time via the mobile network, and it is designed to be long-lasting for the critical time scale of 6 months or something like that. So
Yeah, and that is the important thing. We have to find applications which are feasible, which the customers is needing. Because if we have a kind of market push that nobody takes care of. But if there's a market pull, an application like this LTE label, which can send messages via mobile phone net, this is things that people need. Constantly looking for new applications where this electronics can be used.
So how advanced is the printed battery?
you're basically, as I mentioned, at the doorstep of bring this into market. We are now collaborating with partners. At the moment, we are able to produce prototypes of several hundred to be sampled. So from the technical specs, we have now a facility where we can already produce these prototypes. We are at the moment going into the next step of a pilot line. So with that, we could produce several hundred thousand of this. And in collaborating with other partners who are highly interested in the technology, we think we have market penetration around 24 to 25.
What does it actually look like? Does it look like this one?
Exactly. So it is super thin. It can be any shape. But let me go maybe back. It is something like that shape. It can be a smaller shape. It can be addressed to any shape as you want. That's the basically advantage of the printer technology. If you want to equip it to your breast in a butterfly shape, if you want to, you can make it. The
And
thickness.
is it lithium-ion?
No, it's zinc carbon primary battery. So it is a super cheap material, high capacity, high power application, but only for one discharge. That's a huge difference that needs to be considered.
That is what we tried in the past, quite often, to apply any rechargeable systems that is usual in the market, nickel metal hydride, lithium ion, but that creates great problems. So in the moment, it is not possible to print these batteries. But on the other hand, we see that there is no market for secondary battery. Each customer asks for a primary battery that has a lifetime enough for, let's say, 6 months, 12 months, and then it is disposed of. Because our battery doesn't contain any hazardous substances. The zinc is in it and manganese dioxide is in it. So no hazardous substances in this battery, and that makes it green and environmental friendly.
What do you say? Carbon?
Exactly.
Zinc carbon.
Zinc carbon.
Thin carbon.
Zinc.
Zinc.
Zinc is that.
ZN,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
zinc. like the
zinc.
like the tin can, something like that, where it's also yeah. Basically,
what is the difficulty of using something like lithium-ion or rechargeable on this form factor?
yeah, basically it would make the whole device more expensive. We're doing some research in that direction, but the lithium-ion technology, as you can see from the markets that we address, we basically want to go in something where you can easily integrate it and easily also don't have to be have to concern about the disposing of it. So a primary source, for example, is here the energy supply of choice. It makes it much more sustainable because when you have a recharging system, we would use more hazardous components, which you would need a recharger itself, so which makes it much more complicated, and the whole production process needs to be under a certain atmosphere.
Atmospheric conditions.
The atmospheric
No
conditions
water is allowed,
has to be in a dry room, so this makes it super expensive. Basically, it would be too high of its set for this type of applications.
And the zinc, you find it everywhere?
Exactly. I mean, zinc is basically everywhere. It is in the battery technologies since 150 years or longer. So basically, there's no shortage in that, and also
carbon.
no carbon and manganese dioxide. In that sense, is also super available on.
It sounds like all the stuff I take in my vitamins.
No, manganese dioxide is a special material for painters. It is a brown color for painters, manganese dioxide. And zinc is additive for the health. You get more healthy if you have a certain dose of zinc.
So, is it the same magnesium from chocolate you're talking about, or different?
Magnesium
magnesium.
It's not magnesium, it's manganese. Manganese. Yeah. Manganese is a different element, not to be confused with magnesium. Yeah. But manganese, your normal alkaline batteries are basically out of the similar materials. So basically, what you can buy at the supermarket, the same materials in the batteries is basically processed here in this device. It has a waterborne process. It has a water-based electrolyte. Also a huge difference then towards lithium-ion batteries, which have organic electrolytes and which are hazardous once they have some leakage.
Nice. Can you talk a little bit about your interests in the industry, what you've been working on before this project, or?
For my case, it is quite easy. When I finished my PhD at TU Clausthal in 1989, I went to Varta and found that that is the best job that I ever could get. Insofar, there was no reason to change. And that until January of this year. And now I'm independent battery expert, battery consultant, and see many interested partners who want to discuss with me about battery technology.
So in all these years, Varta did many chemistries, different combinations of technologies.
Yes, Varta Microbattery, that is the company in Ellwangen. They have a lot of electrochemical systems, zinc air for hearing aids, silver oxide for watches. They have lithium manganese dioxide coin cells for electronic devices. So I think in the field of portable devices, Varta is a wholesaler and very good in each of these product ranges.
And what kind of discussions you can have here at the Nanotexnology conference?
For us, the ISFOE is more interesting because ISFOE is part of the Nanotechnology conference, which concerns the printed electronics. And we see that a printed battery cannot be sold itself. It needs a printed smart object. And vice versa, printed smart objects with a button cell does not make sense. And so far it is a one-to-one relation between printed electronics and printed batteries. And that is what is discussed in ISFOE. That's the reason why I'm at ISFO since 2009. And I like the place, and I like Stergios Logothetis. And
Many experts here.
Many experts.
From many countries, many universities.
Many countries, universities, complete Europe, and it is very interesting and informative. And it is a chance to show what we are able to do. Especially, we have a workshop on Tuesday, 5 talks, and I'm leading the workshop. It goes for printed electronic goes to market. And that is the most important issue in the moment. How can we bring all these good investigations, these inventions, these patents, how can we bring it into the market?
And here this is the best example basically, right? I mean, you started the research on it around 2012, so basically 10 years in this research, and now we are basically right at the point to have a ready-to-market sample, basically been in discussions with interested partners from industry, and so this is, to our opinion, a really nice success story of one of Varta's product to be.
What is the trick to get it to mass production? Do you have everything lined up? Do you have the partners who are going to help to do is it roll-to-roll manufacturing?
Yes.
How do you
So
do it?
this is basically the goal. At the moment, we have it still in the prototype production, but everything is basically already at shelf, prepared, that we are in discussions with the interested partners from logistics. We are now going the intermediate step in a pilot line. This will be still sheet to sheet, but we already have with our process engineers the plans ready to go roll to roll, and then basically this will be in a scale of millions.
It will change the world.
I hope so, or basically I expect to.
Actually, every 8 billion people need batteries, need energy, power, solar, wind, all the different power. And so it's like technology that changes the world. When you do things in a smarter way, that is useful for many people.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And especially for the environment. When I compare the batteries 100 years ago, it has mercury, it has cadmium, it has lead in it. But now all these hazardous substances are removed. Our battery is really a green product. And in so far, I think it is the best product for storing energy.
There's one comment right here. More dense batteries are usually more dangerous to handle. I wonder how these batteries react in a crisis.
The printed batteries, it's easy to say. I mean, I can punch through it. Still, there's nothing to be worried about. I mean, if I go for lithium-ion battery technology, which is really a dense energy, then of course I need to fulfill all the safety requirements. But here, basically, I go into area. The battery is super thin. It is below 0.8 millimeters, and we are going even lower. So still here, basically, the energy comes with area. So the capacity is per square centimeter. And as you already said, from the substances used, the chemicals used, they are environmentally benign. We have a water-based electrolyte. So basically, comparing to lithium-ion batteries, if they get in contact with atmosphere, with ambient atmosphere, with water-based atmosphere, they will react, but the primary battery doesn't.
So you got everything figured out, everything lined up.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, we will further develop and decrease it, the capacity. But now we're basically at the at a critical point where we see we are ready to partner up and to bring it into the world.
And if people have new ideas, what they want to do with this, they can contact you?
Absolutely, yeah. Please look it up. You can find it printed batteries at the Varta homepage. He can easily connect with us to discuss further applications. And it's just now is the time. That's what Martin said. We see a huge market pull because the development of the electronics, of printed electronics or the chip industry, it uses less energy, it gets smaller and smaller, and we are getting more and more connected in our daily life. I mean, we're getting connected with health trackers, we're getting smart patches, we're getting Internet of Things into Internet of Everything. And here basically this is a nice piece of ingredient which will support this, because all of it needs an energy source.
I did video with about ARM devices, and kind of like the chairman of the company that owns ARM talks about trillions of IoT devices. They all need batteries.
Yes, need batteries.
You can't run them without.
They do, yes.
If you want to
So
be
we need trillions of
independent,
batteries.
if you want to stay independent, you need a battery. I mean, for each application, you basically have a certain type of battery useful. So the lithium-ion battery technology is very useful in certain applications, but in others, we see this battery also very important to fill the gap and being, in that sense, even more environmental friendly.
And recycling?
It's we already use a huge share of recycling material already on production, and it is recyclable at the end as well.
Yeah, for these batteries, type of batteries, there's a recycling concept is available. It's the same concept as for manganese dioxide batteries, alkaline batteries, which are in in every supermarket. So we can use the same recycling processes as these and other zinc manganese dioxide batteries. So that is quite easy.
Nice. All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks for
You're welcome.
showing all this.
So, see you around.
See you later.
Enjoy.
Okay. All right, guys. Are we going this way? All right. Thank you. I hope the quality is good. You guys watching? I'm going this direction for the next interview. And thanks, it's very appreciated if you bring some really cool technical questions to help you make the best possible interviews. And we go this way around.
I like. Really sorry, we need to shoot.
All right. I'll put you on a break for just a second. See you in half a minute.
Not 3 billion, 10 billion. 10 billion.
think about
Now we're back. Hi. So please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Faisal Wali. I am here to represent KAUST. KAUST is King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. This university was established in 2009. Okay, I thought maybe you were distracted with the music. This university was established in 2009. So very young university. We have more than 200 faculty at this moment. And our university is located in Saudi Arabia, really on the Red Sea shore. And it has a beautiful campus. And if you see in the background, maybe you can see the pictures of the campus. It's huge campus. University is offering master's and PhD degrees. For the
Are the
master's,
students only from Saudi Arabia or?
no, the students are coming from all over the world. It's not only from Saudi Arabia. Right now, the KAUST has a representation of 110 different countries. People from 110 different countries. It's not only for the students, but there are a lot of research happening. So that means there are a lot of postdoc and research scientists as well working there. One of the unique things KAUST has is the facilities. You know, they have one of the best facilities in the world in terms of equipment and scientific equipment. So they have what we call it core lab facilities. These core lab facilities are very much directed towards the equipment which are being used for the researcher for top-notch research. For example, they have transmission electron microscope, they have scanning electron microscope, more than 10 NMRs are there, XPS and supercomputer and so on. And then there is research centers which really focus on different research topics. For example, what we are presenting here today is KAUST Solar Center. So KAUST Solar Center is very much focusing on research related to solar. So it is not only organic solar or perovskite solar or silicon, but what we are trying to do is we are trying to cover the full value chain. We start with materials, we try to make the devices of these materials and then test the devices with equipment, but also we do a lot of outdoor testing as well. Then we go to the industry, we try to understand from industry what are the challenges they are facing in the Middle East or in Saudi Arabia, and then we look into that what can we do to address those challenges. Yeah. So one of the most important thing for Solar Center is the flux of the students. So we have, for example, right now more than 35 students, and I'm very happy that today we have one of the students who actually come from Greece, and I want to introduce Lazarus.
Hello. My name is Lazarus, and I'm a new addition to the KAUST Solar Center team. From my experience in KAUST is like a 5-month experience. I was stunned about the facilities. I was stunned about the research there, and I'm really happy to have the chance to work under my professor Thomas Anthopoulos and do a very unique project that I'm part of. As a PhD student in KAUST, I can comprehend that there are many opportunities for me right now and in the near future. And what KAUST offers, in my point of view, is something unique because it gives me the opportunity to work in academia, or and also links me with the industry and other academic places that I can continue my journey. So what I can say in KAUST is I endorse you. You can join for more information. You can also ask whatever question you have in mind. Saudi Arabia, in my point of view, is a great country, and I'm really happy to have the opportunity to be a part of this team. So Faisal will continue with our research team?
Okay, so I think the most important thing what I want to show here is in Solar Center we have a bunch of faculty working, and they are experts on different fields. For example, we have Frederick Lecoy, who is our center director. He has a physics background. We have Stefan de Wolf, he is coming from the material science. We have Martin Hinney. Martin Hinney is a chemist. So, and so on. If you see, they are working in interdisciplinary research, trying to make it sure that they will come up with the innovation which is required for the kingdom and for the Middle East. Also, they are trying to come up with some training programs. For example, Solar Center recently started a PV design school where students come from within the kingdom, and they have the opportunity to learn about how to design the smaller unit for household or for the industrial use as well. Yeah. So these things we need to do to make it sure that we, as a research institute, is not only doing the research but also creating an impact on the society. Thank you.
It's a huge priority for Saudi Arabia to get solar to work in a big way, to power the whole society, right?
Yeah. So.
And not just rely on the oil.
That's true.
Future.
That's true. So what we call it, Saudi Arabia has a Vision 2030, and in this Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia would like to achieve 60 gigawatt of electricity through renewable energy sources. And the two renewable energy sources which they want to focus right now, one is PV and the second one is wind. So the whole thing started in 2019, and today Saudi Arabia has given contracts which are around 4 gigawatts. These are the projects which are already in the installation phase. Around 300 megawatt is already into the grid from last year. Yeah, so things are changing very fast. You are absolutely right. But what Kingdom wants to do, which is a little bit different than Europe, Kingdom wants to make it sure that they would have the full value chain into the kingdom. So they want to produce the panels locally. So they want to have a huge interest towards the local contents. And that way, the Saudi Arabia is considering that they will slowly start moving from the GDP, which is right now based on oil, towards the GDP, which is more based on other technologies as well.
And this could also be export, because you can have so much sun with a big cable going to Europe.
Yes.
Boom, we can import solar energy from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. So I think maybe things are a little bit different there. For example, there is a big project of NEOM which is going on at the moment, and what NEOM wants, they have a different approach. They don't want to give electricity to other countries. What they want to use this electricity to produce hydrogen and then ship this hydrogen in the form of ammonia to other countries. Yeah. And for example, in this project, there are big companies already involved. Aquapower, Air Products, and Aramco, they are working right now producing the electricity from PV, taking it towards hydrogen production, and then moving the hydrogen in the form of ammonia to different countries.
So this is actually happening, and the students see results in their studies and their work. They see actual applications, actual market, and not just like learning something, people talking about it, but we need to see the market also, right?
Yeah. So, you're absolutely right. We used to have things really on a small lab scale, but now if you really want to make students motivated that their lab scale stuff can move towards bigger plants and change the world, then the motivation level will be different. And what is happening in the kingdom, when you see the bigger companies, they they come in and they start making the plans towards getting the hydrogen on a bigger level, producing the electricity using the PV on a gigawatt scales, then everybody thinks, yes, things are changing, and what they are working on is actually implementing very soon or very in near future.
And is it kind of discussions you have here with different professors, different universities, different startups
So-
to bring in new tech for these students to work on something exciting, right?
Yeah. So this kind of exhibitions and this kind of conferences are a very unique opportunity because we all have different expertise, and when we come all together, we start realizing that we have this part and the other company or the other research group is working on a separate topic, and if we combine these things, we may have a solution which we don't know before we arrive here. Yeah. So I think that is the unique part of the conferences. And this conference, I would say that every time we are here, we always find out a couple of things happen with us. We see some students who are very interested to join KAUST, for example. Then we meet people who thinks that they can work for KAUST. Yeah. And then we meet people who thinks that they have certain equipment which they can give it to KAUST or Solar Center, which can be used in our research. And the most important, last but not least, we also have opportunity to meet with professors who are working in a little bit different areas, but these areas are also important for our research. So this research collaboration which comes from these discussions is also very valuable.
All right. And I'm guessing Saudi Arabia wants to do more and more partnerships around the world. Also, they're opening up tourism to have people come in without, like, many countries can come without visa and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And hopefully there's no more COVID. People can just go and do business, right?
Yeah.
And the society, the young people in Saudi Arabia want to connect
With the world.
with the whole world.
That's what very, very right observations. So Saudi Arabia is changing very fast right now. Saudi Arabia, you know, it's great to be part of Saudi Arabia right now because you see the actual cultural changes are happening in front of you, and they are really very fast. Yeah. So tourism, yes, Saudi Arabia have not only opened the visas for tourists, but they are also providing a lot of facilities for the tourists. They bring a lot of world attractions. Formula One was in Jeddah. There was a Riyadh season. There were a big musical show happening in Riyadh. They discovered a historical place and they open it for the tourism. Al Ula is one of those historical places. They are opening all these historical places which were, I would say, was quite hidden from the world in the past. Yeah, and then don't forget the Red Sea itself. It's a great place. So what they are doing, they are building lot of resorts next to the Red Sea, so people can go there and actually figure it out what is the Red Sea. Diving, scuba diving, and all these kind of things will be available for the tourists as well.
I heard about these huge new cities using high tech, using future technology that are being planned, or maybe they're actually being built.
And that city, for example, is called NEOM, N-E-O-M, NEOM. So NEOM is a $500 billion project. Saudi Arabia is really working on this, which will be a very unique city in the world, which is 160 kilometer a line, what they call it. Everything is built in one line. So there will be, it's a traffic-free zone or traffic-free city, and 100% on renewable energy. So when I say 100% renewable energy, that means that they will only use PV and wind. Now, is this really happening, or are there only the videos? I can tell you, I was on the ground and I really see things are moving on a very fast pace.
So there will be a very special public transportation system or self-driving system or something like that, right? Like a totally rethought city, not like a city you've never seen before.
That's what the plannings are. I don't know what kind of the transportation system will be there, but they are very open there and they're looking into different possibilities. They call it the line, and they want to make it sure the line will be something unique in the world. And when it comes to the houses, they are looking into they are looking into very energy efficient houses as well. Yeah. So yes, it will be heaven for the tourism, but it will be also eye-opening in terms of the technology.
Nice. So looking forward to a lot of exciting future and new collaborations, new partnerships, new Nobel Prize coming out of the university up there.
Yes, hopefully.
All kinds of stuff.
Hopefully. We are very determined to make an impact.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
Welcome. Thank you. Thanks for visiting us.
And Electrat, I'll put you on a pause for just a second. Hi, so please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Thomas Kolbusch. I'm Vice President of Cotima Coating Machinery. Cotima Coating Machinery is working in deep tech, so we build equipment for printing, coating and laminating.
So these machines we see on the background here, is that your machines?
Yeah, we work in different areas. So most of our pilot lines are being used for lab to fab development. We're working specifically with startups, with technology clusters like here the LTFN in Thessaloniki, on products like organic photovoltaics, on nano-printed surfaces, but we're also working on new technologies like green hydrogen and battery technologies.
So what are these machines we see behind you? The click and coat.
Yeah,
what happens there?
The click and coat is a patented Cotima system. This click and coat system can be adjusted in size. We can add additional features at a later stage of the operation. So the customer can start with a standard configuration and then we can add additional features at a later stage. So that's our most versatile, flexible, patented lab system we offer to our customers.
And the roll-to-roll nano imprint?
Yeah, the roll-to-roll nano imprint is the system to do roll-to-roll nanostructured surfaces, for example, for optical light guides, for surface modification. And this system is used by the display industry, by label industry for specific features. And here we have dedicated systems. We also now installed at the LTFN Thessaloniki.
Nice. So you enable all kinds of future technologies that are going to be exciting, like flexible solar, flexible OLEDs.
Yeah, exactly. And this we do already, if you speak about flexible solar, this we do already since 2003, working on first OPV devices. We did the first printing unit for OLEDs in 2008 at a university in Finland. So we are always very early at the technology stages people are working on.
So what's the way to get this to mass production so the whole world gets impacted by this technology?
The way to mass production is our approach not only to build equipment. We have Europe's biggest R&D center with 12 pilot lines. We're doing a lot of pre-engineering for our customers. We have a whole service range for R&D development. So the combination of equipment, R&D services, and also our global network is the key.
Nice. What kind of discussions do you have here at the Nanotexnology conference?
We have discussions here since 2008, already on new technologies, specifically on the topic of OPV, specifically on the topic of green hydrogen, fuel cells and batteries. And we are focusing here also on networking with our RTO partners, finding new project proposals for Horizon Europe. That's a big effort here in these next days.
Do people have new ideas what they want to do with your technology all the time?
Yeah, I think that's the key of the company. We are always walking around, we are speaking to people, specifically here from the R&D institutes, to find new ideas where you can use roll-to-roll printing, coating, and laminating technologies.
What do you think about, like, let's say, I want to have solar on my roof. Is it going to happen? Can I just like get this kind of solar soon?
It's happening. We work together very closely here with the university, with Stergos Logothetis. We work with OET, which is using our equipment here at LTFN, and we are already shipping solar cells to customers globally, specifically on the OPV topic. And here OET has new technologies in the surface modifications of these solar cells. So they are not only on the roof, they are also in agriculture being used in a lot of different applications.
Is it crucial to have efficiency that's at a level that makes sense per dollar for people to just say, I want a billion units, you know?
I think the more important thing is efficiency over the whole day, where OPV has advantages against silicon technologies. The other advantage is it's lightweight. You can design every form you need, and it's a printed material, so you also can do printed structures which fit into architectural designs, for example.
Because you want to have something that costs a few $1,000s, you cover the whole house, and then you're good for 10 years, and then you just switch them again when the efficiency is being a whole bunch more?
Yeah, for sure. That's one approach. The approach is also to have smaller, lightweight devices for energy harvesting, for example, powering the Internet of Things, powering standard devices. So you're not using electricity, you're directly using solar energy to power your devices in your house or in your car and other places.
What's the other big use cases you see? Solar, OLED?
Yeah, the biggest use case at the moment in Europe is green hydrogen. With all the surroundings, political surroundings we have, there was already a big initiative on green hydrogen from the European Commission. And now with the topic of getting faster out of fossil fuels, especially gas supply from Russia, which is not taking place anymore, green hydrogen will be the big hype topic here till 2030 or 2050 for sure.
How do you enable the green hydrogen with your technology?
We do catalyst coatings on the membrane for PEM electrolyzers. So we are at the moment at the forefront on these production lines, roll to roll, which are being already installed at the moment in Europe, but also in North America.
Can you talk a little bit more about this catalyst membranes and all this?
Yeah, our company is working in fuel cells and electrolyzers since 20 years. So we are able to cast the membranes, so we can produce membranes which are being used for electrolyzer technologies and fuel cells. And of course, on these membranes, you have to bring the catalyst from both sides, and that's also a coating application. And this we do since 20 years. And we are now going into, let's say, 2 meters of working with in the operation, faster speed, industrialization of processes, including quality control, using AI to get very good results.
So you could, in theory, roll-to-roll print the solar panel, the OLED lighting, the fuel cell hydrogen system.
Yeah.
The whole thing can be printed.
Yeah, that's basically the idea, and that's the thing we are doing. And of course, if you use solar energy, you have to store solar energy, and the best way to do it is to use electrolyzers to make hydrogen.
So the whole green tech future is printed.
It's printed or coated. That's basically the idea, and it's on flexible materials, and it has to be scaled up, specifically in green hydrogen, as soon as possible. Otherwise, we are not reaching the net zero targets the European Commission wants to have in 2050.
How's the efficiency for something that you do compared to something that's mass manufactured in China, that's like molded kind of things and stuff?
In electrolyzer technologies, we still have a big advantage against the Chinese producers because we are already at wider working width, higher speed, higher quality. If you look into solar applications, it's compatible because I think a lot of production technologies will come back from China to Europe. So we're speaking about a local European production to be independent from any supply problems or other problems here in Europe.
Yeah, independence is a good thing to have sometimes when this unpredictable political environment in the world. So you want to have stuff happen in Europe.
Yeah.
And this is the place to be right now in Europe. The Nanotexnology conference is the most exciting thing right now.
Yeah, because you have here the university, you have solar, you have wind energy, and you have already activities from the LTFN and OED on electrolyzers and fuel cell technologies.
In Denmark, they're talking about doing huge islands for wind power, and they want to also put it in the hydrogen and ship it over and stuff like that. And I just spoke with these guys over there in Saudi Arabia. They also want to do solar and then hydrogen and ship it.
If you see hydrogen, every country who is using electrolyzer technologies is using renewables to make green hydrogen will be totally independent from fossil fuel. So they will be also independent from other areas where fossil fuels is being produced. On the other hand, countries like Australia, like Saudi Arabia, like Denmark, either have a lot of solar energy or wind power, and they can produce hydrogen and export it to countries which don't have so much solar power, for example. That's also a big opportunity in Africa. If you see the connection between Africa and the European Union already being discussed, we have big solar farms in Morocco, in Tunisia, and then shipping the hydrogen to Europe. So it will be complete new value chains globally in this type of operation.
So everybody's talking about it. Is Germany and the EU, are they all putting the money forward, actually requiring this to be done?
There's the Green Deal from the European Commission. There's additional funding for hydrogen production and also developing hydrogen technologies in Europe. There is an estimated 3 trillion market globally on green hydrogen to replace grey hydrogen, to replace fossil fuels till 2050. And there are already 39 different programs globally on hydrogen economy from countries like Japan, United States, Europe. So it's an accelerating growth of the technology.
Nice. Is there something?
No, I think
something we forgot to mention?
No, I think we covered the hot topics.
Are you gonna have like presentations here?
Yeah, I will have a presentation on Thursday on the production technologies for fuel cells and green hydrogen. And my colleague will speak about sustainable packaging also in a talk on Thursday.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. All right. I'll put you on a break for 1 second.
Okay.
In the chat. And we're back right here. So, 1 second. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, hi. My name is Alexander Legand from the company Nanoscribe in Germany. I'm then the sales manager for EMEA, means mainly then for Europe, Middle East and Africa, but without Central Europe. And so what we are doing is then we are just producing the world's most precise 3D printer, just based on 2-photon polymerization. And the point is that it's always a little bit difficult just to explain in words, and so much easier if you see some pictures. That's the reason why I hope you are able to see then the laptop, and you just get a better idea then of what we are doing. So so we are a spin-off from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology and company Nanoscribe. And so now, since more than 14 years in the field, and so we have in the meanwhile then...
Yeah, I'll just try to...
Will it work?
Okay, sorry, I need to. Okay, it's got a problem with the gimbal right now. Okay. Yeah, please.
Better? Okay.
Yeah.
So come the Nanostripe, and so we have installed now in the meanwhile then more than 250 systems worldwide, and so half of it, for example, in Europe. A lot of our customers are university based, but we have then more and more.
Yeah.
We have more and more industry customers, but typically they don't want to be named. And so after a while we decided then that it's necessary then, especially and also for the named industry customers, but also for certain applications then to...
Sorry. So good. Let's try to bring the...
Whatever you like, just
Let's
give
try
me
that.
some hints what I should do.
Yeah. Let me stand right here. Sorry, the chip. 1 second. Try to get it to work. The gimbal. Okay. Let's do it. 1 second. Sorry, we're right back. Should we start over, or do you want to continue? So you were saying the most precise 3D printer?
Yes, sorry. Company Nanostripe, most precise 3D printer, and a new model platform. And we have more and more interest from industry on one side, and we have a wide range of different applications. So we decided to create then for each different application area a certain model. And so that's what you see over here. So one typical application goes to micro lens arrays, and then do, for example, print the so-called golden master, do replication. We have different projects with different industrial customers then to do replication. Not sure if it's possible to see. So as an example, so we provided then here. Are you able to see? Should I move it?
Come a little bit closer to the camera.
Sorry, yeah. So this is a typical example then with one of our project partners. So we provided the golden master polymer, and they used, for example, hot embossing then just to replicate that. So this is a replicated sample of microlens arrays, then diffusers and diffractive optical elements.
So this is through a 3D printer?
So this is replicated, and it was originally produced then of the first.
Right. So we talk about small details.
Exactly, absolutely. And so let's go back. I hope you still can see the laptop. Yeah. And you see here a scale bar. So we speak of something like here in the microns, and then with square millimeters up to square centimeters, what you have seen before. And in total it can go down to something like 100 to 200 nanometer lateral feature size. But of course you can also as well then print larger structures. So what you see over here, if you decrease resolution, you can increase the printing speed and expose then larger volumes at a certain area. Again, examples for that. So for example for this, the object here for us is a quite big one. And so you can then, this here is printed and with around then, so in something like 13 to 14 hours print time. As a
What would it
example.
be for, this kind of thing?
So before it was then, if you have a higher resolution on that, then it's impossible to print that at all.
So it's the advantage of printing something very, very small is you can do all kinds of stuff for that.
So the advantage then of course is then if you can print something with this high precision, that you have, depends of course on the applications. So for example then if you work with in photonics, you would like to have something then corresponding then or in the area then in the wavelengths, for example. Or for the microlens arrays then of course you have to then need certain parameters. So for example you would like to have so surface smoothness down in the 10 nanometer and below area, for example. So more example then, so as well then give an example then that it's possible then to do for different applications other models. So this is an example then for applications for the Quantum X Bio model as a 3D bioprinting system. So a light-based one, so you can print with embedded cells from the beginning and have achieved then cell viability rates then of higher than 90% of, so after for example in 4 hours. And so what you see over here is then in green are the living cells, and in red are the so the red points over here are the dead cells. So this is a scan through then in Z direction then through different layers of the embedded cells. And in red here, so this just mesh over here, so this is the scaffold that was printed to support then the cells. Or of course what you also can do, always can do is then to print first a 3D scaffold and then later on place cells on them for tissue engineering, for example. What you see over here. Or for example, and also some of our customers use the system then to provide vascular models, because the point is then always the longer the lifetime then should be, then after a while what you have to do is then you have to provide then just cells with nutrients, for example. And like this you need somehow, or you're interested in very often then to print then vascular models to support your cells then with nutrients. Or other application areas then you can print as well then a master for microfluidics and then use that for replication and like this create channels and later on then to print fine elements into these channels like mixers or then just filtering elements, or what you see over here is then to provide then here cell cages or cages for cells, or then for example pillar elements then to later on enable anchoring points for the cells. Or other application then, so you can go into photonic integration circuits, and so therefore it's interesting then to print new elements, photonic elements, microlenses then, for example in this case here on top of optical fibers. So what you can do is then, so you can print either then elements then for outcoupling of optical fibers, or on the other side then you can print then elements then on photonic chips to connect then here to send signals, data rates then from one side to the others. And for example then for special wavelengths we achieve then data rates of better than 1 decibel then, for example. Or a typical example is then what you would like to hear is then you would like to of course then to print automatic. That means then, so on the left side we see here the original design, and on the right side, so you see then here, might be difficult to see then here the illuminated core of such a fiber. And what we do is then that we print, that we choose then in the software the starting and the end point, and the software automatically then looks for the core of the fiber to print automatically the lenses that you see here on the left side. And this is how the result looks like. So parallel printed lenses then parallel to each other to provide then just parallel outputs. And you see that you obviously had a good result in printing by seeing then that you achieved parallel beams with it. Or the other way then for photonic integration is then to print then coupler on top of photonic chips, for example then on grating couplers, then lenses, out coupling lenses, in coupling lenses, or what you see over here is then to find automatically then the markers that are showed here to print, in this case here, edge couplers directly here at the edge of this waveguide. And this is again then how it looks like. So this is the original design, and this is the printed result shown on an SEM picture for the details. And so this brings me at the end to the motto: think big and think big and print nano. Thank you very much.
So what kind of big thoughts are people having and coming to talk with you and say, hey, I'd like to do this, can you help me do that? There's many different ideas.
So what we do is then, so we sell equipment, and but very often, so if people tell me what they would like to do is then that I forward them to customers of our equipment to enable them to print their ideas. Theoretically, you can print anything that you have an STL file, a 3D CAD file of, and just to give you one example then, so we are part of another company Bioconvergence, and their ideas then at the end that you are able to print just organs for humans then for transplantation, because a lot of people then worldwide have very long just waiting lists and have to wait very long times until they are able to get their operation done. Or just for an just step in between to provide then again human on a chip systems then, for example, to improve drug testing on one side, to decrease then the turnaround time for drug testing on one side, and on the other side, and also if you are able then to do just body on a chip or human on chip testing, then you can also avoid then the use of animals then for drug testing, or for example testing then of other then of course then for cosmetics. Sorry, yeah.
What are the materials you can use in the printer?
So the principle behind is then it's two-fold improvisation. So the first step, you would work with polymers, and then of course if you are interested in other materials, you have different possibilities, like to use this polymer then as a template, and then later on use other techniques like coating techniques then to have access to ceramics, or for example then also then just sinter your product then to get glass, for example, then as another step, or for example then use electroplating to have access to metal like just gold, copper or nickel.
And in medicine, in nanomedicine, what do people want to do with a printer that goes that small, for example?
So for example, what you would like to do is then either to print, to use it for your human on chip model, to print fine elements in it, like mixers or filters, or for example then, what you also can do is then there is some other work done where people just print movable parts, like small microbots that deliver drugs inside the human body to a place where they should go to for better drug just efficiency.
Would you actually print things that go into the human body?
Yes, that's one game of different researchers then worldwide.
And your machines are ready for that?
For the printing, yes. So for the printing in testing, yes. And it was also used then for animal models. But also there was some first work done as well then, at least for human testing.
And do you see anything about the price of the printer, of the machine? You have the Quantum X-Align, XBio, X-Shape, those products?
So these are products that can be bought, and so just to give you a price range, so, and in total, so we speak of prices then just going up, depending on the more difficult, the more different positions you can add. But of course, it can go up to something like 800k euro, and the core model starts at around 450 to 500k euro. And we have as well then just our workhorse for academics, the Photonic Professor GT2 system, and this just has a price range between 350k euro up to 450k euro.
And I guess you have some really cool and interesting customers that are doing very secret projects.
Absolutely.
With all kinds of very advanced R&D, and you're involved with them, I guess.
So of course, a lot of our customers is then our university research centers, and so if you look just for the world universities ranking, then you see out of the top 10, 9 of them are our customers already. And then for typical applications, then for example for industry, it would be then microlenses. If you have a look then for your mobile, then you see that there's a lot of research done always to improve, for example, the cameras inside the mobiles.
And can you say a little bit more about BICO?
So the company BICO is then just stands for Bioco Convergence. It was founded then in around 2016 then, just as a company selling, and they went into the just US stock market to just gain money, or just to get money then to buy different smaller companies, like for example the company Nanoscribe. And the big vision then is just to avoid on one side then animal testing, and on the next step is then for the future is then to do organ printing for humans.
And enable new advanced technology.
Absolutely. So, and of course then for different applications like, we mentioned life sciences, we mentioned medicines then on one side, and then of course then always so the imagination is then the limit. So everything what you can have in mind and as an idea to print, what you can do a 3D sketch, you can just try to print that. And so the other applications then are typically then photonics, and or I mentioned microrobotics, then also people just in general, people do for example as well MEMS.
And are you world leader in exactly this stuff? You said this is most precise.
So on one side we are then a world leader in terms of just machines, then on one side, and of course then technology leader as well then in terms of then the most precise 3D printing then possible technology, then based in this case based on two-photon polarization. The feature size is going to 100 nanometer and fairly below that.
Cool. Anything we forgot to talk about?
Not from my side, and of course then if you have questions, then I think it makes more sense than to place them directly here at the booth and to speak with me directly to go for details.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the time. Have a great show.
Thanks.
All right. In the live chat, I'll put you on a break for a minute. back. All right. So please introduce yourself.
Myself, exactly, or the company?
Yeah, yourself, your company, everything.
Well, I'm the founder of the company, which is existing now for 41 years. And the company started in 1981 from me. I'm an electronic engineer and I have a background of theoretical physics.
So what have you been doing? What kind of
We have done a lot of,
technology?
I'm electronic engineer in fact, and I was specialized in cybernetics. We started 1981, the company. In the very beginning we started with a lot of innovative ideas, working with the 5 factors that they are very important in life, like temperature, vacuum, humidity, and light and illuminance. And we launched in the very beginning chambers, growth chambers, and we were the first ones using microwave humidifiers for better spread in the environment of the chamber. Anyhow, feeling the pressure in a way, or the demand in the market for more innovative products, we started producing freeze dryers. What is a freeze dryer? It's a unit which can be small as for laboratory equipment, or it can be also for production plant. What the freeze dryer does is that he manages with special conditions to pass a product from the solid phase to the air without passing in the liquid phase. So this means that we freeze the product. And why we freeze it? Because in fact, if we have the conditions of very low vacuum in a chamber, then the water, for instance, it is boiling in almost 0 degrees centigrade. This means that the product, the natural conditions of the product are not disturbed. This means that when the product is totally dried, the product can last for many years. It is a preservation of the product. And that is the freeze dryer does.
Is it only about preservation, or you can do many other things?
You can do a lot of things. You can do a lot of things. We have made a lot of applications. We have done applications from food industry to food industry. We have done applications in archaeological findings, clothes, papers, bones, and so on. And also, you can also think about the nanoparticles, which are a very important factor, and that's why we present our products in this exhibition.
What do you do with the archaeological findings?
For instance, if you, after a lot of years in a cave, you find a cloth, and finding a cloth for 2,000 years old being inside the earth. And when you take it out, in fact, in the air, this is destroyed almost immediately. You can preserve it if you put it in a freeze dryer. You can preserve it forever. I can count you a lot of applications. So the main application is for pharmaceutical products, because they are preserved, they need to be preserved, and they need to be sterilized also. Our products are spread all over the world. We have facilities in Germany and in Greece. The products are 100% made by us, and we came to a level that the quality of the product we present in the market, they are top, absolutely top quality. We sell products.
Best in the world.
I couldn't say the best of the world because it's always something better than you. But in a way, we have customers from Indonesia to Paraguay and from Turkey to Italy, France,
China.
Great Britain, India, China not. India, yes.
Why not China?
Up to now, they were not. We wouldn't have any customer in China, but I don't think that we afraid Chinese products. We really don't afraid. Of course, I cannot blame Chinese products. There are good and bad products, as everywhere in the world. But nobody can say that the European products are for sure better than the Chinese products. I think the tradition in Europe, and especially in Germany, where we are based, we are, let's say in Germany, famous for the absolute production.
You don't have a German accent.
I'm not a German, I'm Greek, but I'm a German citizen for many years, and that doesn't mean that I don't have the, let's say, the attitude of the German society.
It says cryo. Does
Cryo.
it have to do with cryogenic?
Yes, yes. It's cryo because it is deep. The product is getting into as a deep frozen product, and then we follow the procedure.
So I know it's a strange, crazy question, but can you freeze dry a brain and wake it up like 1,000 years later?
I can't say this because this is something else which is beyond my knowledge. But of course, in cases that they freeze dry brains. Now, if they bring them back after 100
That's a different question.
yes.
Yeah.
So I
But
don't
people
know.
do that, right? They do cryogenic
Definitely
stuff.
yes. Definitely yes.
And with your equipment?
To such an experiment, we didn't do it. But for other experiments, I can tell you that we have done a lot.
Done a lot.
Yes.
Some things you can't talk about.
No. But there are cases that, of course, we are not supposed to launch them outside.
Yeah, it's a secret. The
Yes.
companies do a secret
Yes,
project,
exactly.
and they want to try something, do something,
Exactly.
see if it works.
Exactly.
A lot of experiments.
Experiments and we, for instance, we have a lot of installations in university laboratories, and of course, what they do, we don't know because they buy the unit. We give them the knowledge to use the unit properly, but afterwards we are not involved. But inside the factories where the products came to us mainly before they buy the units, because we make experiments, of course they know what they are going to do.
So when you freeze dry something in the machine like this,
Yes.
you need to keep giving it power at the constant rate forever for it to continue, right?
Listen, the fact is that every of these machines, from the very small to the very big one, it has a cycle which is giving the result. So you put the product frozen inside, and then you get the product after the process is finished. You get it as a dry product. You get it as a powder, or you get it as a dry product. And for instance, you can deep freeze strawberry, put it inside, and after, let's say, 15 or 20 hours, it depends how you put the product inside, you get a product which is totally dry, and it has all the properties which the natural product has. The smell, the aroma, the natural properties, everything. You put just water on it and then it becomes exactly the same. And this means that all the properties of the products are remaining inside. That's why, for instance, the people flying to the moon, they get this kind of food. The food they get is freeze-dried.
So they just open up the little package, put some water, and they're good.
Exactly.
And they're not getting sick.
No, definitely not. And this kind of applications we have done a lot. We have a lot of companies, food industries, that they have ready-made meals, which they are in a packet. You just open it, put it in the water, make a boil, finished.
So you work with the people who send stuff in space?
Not directly with them, but companies we sold units, they have projects for this kind of operations.
And so once you freeze dry the strawberry, where do you store it?
You can just put it in a packet which is not coming into the environment. It's not attacked by humidity, and because the temperature is not a problem, mainly the humidity, because one of the factors that the product is destroyed is the humidity. The active water which is included in the product, this makes the product to be destroyed.
So water is evil.
Yes, yes, not always. Yeah.
What's happening with the water? Why does it do that to stuff?
Because when the water is inside the product, then the product is exposed to different, let's say, process which makes it to be destroyed after a while.
Some processes are happening.
Yes, exactly.
H2O is
exactly.
doing stuff.
Yes. This is something, for instance, which belongs to the biology and the chemistry.
So water is life. And
Water is life, yes, yes. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
So you just put it in one of those IKEA Ziploc bags?
Yes, you can do that also. But when the product, after the freeze drying process, is going to be preserved, it can be for 20 years. It has to be sealed inside packet completely.
Plastic.
Plastic.
Do
Plastic.
you need to suck out the air from
Yes,
that?
exactly.
So
Or
it
it has to be a neutral,
vacuum.
in a way, gas inside.
Because
but
air
better-
does something too?
Of course, air contains humidity also, mostly, and air also, it can create problems to the product.
So water's not good, air is not good.
Yeah,
I thought these things were great.
they are great because they bring life, but a product which is, let's say, going to be destroyed, it's life created inside, another type of life, which starts destroying the product.
So here at the Nanotexnology conference, what kind of discussions you have with people?
Up to now, we don't have any. We did not make any discussion, but it's for sure that the nanotechnology products are also freeze-dried products. between our products and the
Sorry,
not,
sorry about the cut.
No, no.
All right, so let's try to continue. What
Yeah.
we talk about.
What we were talking is that the question was what is the relation and the correlation between freeze drying products and the nanotechnology, and a lot of products regarding nanotechnology are freeze dried in a way, and they are used in electrochemical, environmental and engineered materials, and especially in pharmaceutical industry. So we are glad, and we saw this demand in a way worldwide, because all of the governments around the world, they spend a lot of money in university programs to develop nanotechnological products.
And you have something on the presentation here, and sometimes you talk about something on your laptop.
I have a lot of presentations regarding several things. I can give you what is our company.
People can find you on your website.
Yes, definitely. And that is what we do. Less moisture, best quality. Less bacteria, longest shelf life. Less degradation, optimum logistical cost, because less weight. So, in fact, the industries we do work with, they are food industries, for food products. They are nutraceuticals.
Right.
Pharmaceuticals, which is a great field.
So there's a lot of stuff
A lot.
for you to work with.
Yes.
Yeah, so people should. I'll put a link to your website, and people can
Yes.
just click through.
Yes, of
Even
course.
pet food,
Yes.
floral,
Everything.
documents.
Yes. Documents. All these applications we have done.
Nice. So you've been busy.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Despite of the general conditions worldwide, right now we are very busy. Absolutely.
And in those 41 years, you haven't only been doing freeze dryers.
We have been working with freeze dryers, and that was
All this time?
Almost all this time. We started initially working with as dealers, because beside the engineering work, we had some dealerships, and this was the inspiration to start doing ourselves. We are engineers. We knew the subject, and we started.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
Thank you
Thanks
also.
for your presentation.
Yeah.
Cool.
I hope that I gave you some facts.
Yeah, I'm sure we can go through. They're gonna do some sound checks over there. So I think I need to do a break right here. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hey, in live chat, I try to queue up the next interview. Please be on a break for a couple minutes.
here we
All
are.
right. So please introduce yourself.
I'm reintroducing myself. My name is Thimios Mitsiadis. I'm working in the University of Zurich together with ATH, and I'm in the Institute of Oral Biology, touching all the fields that have to do with biology of the mouth.
So what's the latest discussions you're having around here?
Discussions we have not much because just right now the meeting is starting, but we have some new developments, let's say, in the field that I can introduce to you. One big development the last 3-4 years, it is the formation of dental tissues on chip. It is this tooth on chip that we call. So we can recapitulate all physiology and pathology of the tooth in a very small area and to analyze, and we can use it for diagnostic reasons as well. So it is helping for the regeneration of the tissues.
Are you creating synthetic teeth? What is?
Yeah, it is not synthetic really. It is first of all about the living tissue. It is about the dental pulp. It is the inside of the tooth. This contains a lot of cells, a diversity of cells that can be from fibroblasts to stem cells, to endothelial cells, to neuronal cells, to immune cells, and to even epithelial cells. We have done the single cell RNA analysis sequencing last year. This paper has been published, and we have analyzed the different cell populations in the genomic level of the whole human tooth. This has been done for the dental pulp, and it has been done for the tissue that is surrounding the tooth, that is the periodontal part. So these two cell populations are important because they are keeping alive the tooth.
So how does your research become something that's used in the world? Is it actually used already?
No, it's not used. They start some people to create when you say organ on chip, most of the companies or universities that there are not many, that they are in America mostly, in Harvard. So they try to recreate the liver, the pancreas, or they can recreate the brain or the heart. Are tissues of prime importance, as it is well understood. And they are trying, first of all, to analyze this in order to see how they can deal with pharmaceutical substances or to make some prognostic in case of Alzheimer's, let's say, for the brain. And we are trying, we are one of the first group in the world to try to make this on recreating the tissue of the tooth. So, if I can advance a little bit, this organ on chips, that we can have different chips of different organs, we can put all together through microfluidic devices and to allow to communicate between them. So we can connect the tooth organ with the liver, with the heart, with the brain, with the articulations, and so on. Like that, if, for instance, we have an inflammation, a bacterial inflammation, in one of the organs, we can go to see what is happening, how this bacteria from one organ, they can influence the physiology of another organ. And for teeth, it is well known from the past that when you have severe cases of inflammation of teeth, you can have pericarditis, you can have arthritis, and you have a lot of other manifestations in the body. This is the time that we can prove, because this was something that we can observe, but we could not analyze deeply. But now with this new technology, we can go to analyze and we can see what are the effects in the other organs.
It sounds a little bit like reflexology. Where you have some nerve endings in the
Yeah.
teeth that are connected with the rest of the body.
Yeah, and I will tell you what we figured out in this. That means when you are making, for instance, in the teeth, one hole, you are going to the dentist is making a hole. You have a reaction of the tissue, of the dental tissue, of the pulp, because you have nerves, and you have vessels. Immediately this reaction is going to the brain, and after, because in the brain you have this trigeminal ganglion, these faces from the trigeminal ganglion is projecting to all other tissues around the tooth. So it's not just the tooth, you can have the eye, you can have the salivary glands, you can have the ear, and so on. And of course can affect other organs through all this stimulation of a neuron from the tooth. So yeah, it is something like that as well.
So when you have a problem with health in the future, you just go get a special Bluetooth and it will fix you, or what?
No, it's not a Bluetooth really. This Bluetooth is just for, let's say, it's nothing to do with science fiction here. It is really true. It is really, you try to figure out what is happening in the tissues, because you have human tissues inside. You can try to see what medication is doing. And I will take an example here. For instance, you have leukemia of small kids that are 5 years old. And this leukemia, of course, you are given drugs in order to heal this disease. So what is happening then? When you are given these drugs, you can see that the hairs are lost. The hairs of the kids, the same you can see when women that they have these breast cancers, they are taking this chemotherapy, and the hairs are lost. Why they are lost? Because these drugs, they are affecting the stem cell population. Because hairs, they have stem cells, that's why they are grown continuously. But it's not affecting just the stem cell populations, they can affect as well the teeth. For instance, the stem cells that are existing in the teeth in 5 years old. So you can have deteriorating teeth by the administration of these chemicals that you are given for cancer that are not really reimbursed for the social security. And this is a pity, because it is not something that is responsible the patient. But there is nothing yet there to prove that, you know, these drugs, they are affecting. And I don't know many articles or researchers that are focusing towards this area in order to see how these drugs, they are affecting other healthy tissues in the body.
Are you able to develop some kind of tooth and the gum area or something for people who have problems that need to have something completely different? Or is that not the application here?
No, you can have all sorts of applications. The technology now has advanced a lot. We know a lot about stem cell and plasticity of this. We know about innervation and vascularization of these tissues. And we can have this printing technology that can help enormously. So this all we can do, but we need for this a lot of money. And of course, we have to be focused. It is not just one laboratory or two in the world that they can achieve these things. You have to have a coordinated action that is direct, and let's say in case that we are in Europe, from European community, to throw money inside in such big projects in order to go further with these new developments.
Are you like doing something cutting edge in this field? You're like researching stuff that nobody's done before?
Yeah, all this that I'm speaking about is cutting edge. It's nobody that is doing. We're doing this, and we have this appearing in original publications. Actually, just to tell you how original it is, I will tell you what we published in the just the near past. We recreate by taking human dental stem cells. We replace the mammary stem cells, and we place in this position the dental, and after the mice, they develop true mammary glands with the dental origin, and it is not just the mammary gland as the tissue, but they have done as well milk. They were milk producing. So I don't know the quality of the milk tooth in comparison with the mammary gland, but
for sure we could replace. So this is something original that nobody has done it. And we saw that they have a big plasticity, and we can use maybe for diseases, if you have a cancer in the breast, that maybe you can use stem cells from another organ in order to replace the damaged tissue in the breast. This you can imagine for any sort of organ, yeah.
How do you define priorities, like what you really want to
achieve or
bring
to
to
do
market first?
Yeah.
And who decides this?
Yeah, this is in any case, it is directed, I believe, by the country always what they want to have, because they are financing, and you have to go to get these competitive grants. If not, you are getting nothing. And you have as well the European funds that are directed. You have a period that they were throwing a lot of money for stem cell. After you have another period, they were throwing a lot of money for nanotechnology. And you have all these new developments that are happening that they try really to promote. So it is a kind of guidance, let's say, from the top, that they are trying to see what are in the society they need. If we have a cancer, in France I know that when it was Chirac, he threw a lot of money to make the research on cancer. I don't know if it was very successful or not, but yeah, it is something like that, politically driven. If not, you cannot make science in our days just for your fun. Have fun doing science, but in the limits of this that the public is waiting from you, because we're waiting some products, as you said, and these products has to help the humanity.
Is there sometimes a government who says, here's $1 billion, but I want the product in like 2 years?
Yeah, you have this. There is, of course, everybody knows that you cannot have it in 2 years, but you can have through trials. And first of all, you have to analyze this product in conditions that are not in living animals. After, you have to have a sort of small animals or big size animals. And by the end, you are going to humans, that you are going to make trials, but in 3 levels, let's say. You have phases, it is until phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, in order to go to commercialize and to be applicable.
Some people skip the phases.
Yeah, this is not so good, and we had some
countries maybe want to skip them.
Yeah, but it's not, yeah, maybe I understand this because there is maybe need to make more money.
Eager to see this.
Yeah, but this can happen, you know. That means we had, okay, I'll give you an example. What was the example? The example, it is about this COVID. And you have this kind of vaccines that they have been created in the very quick time. So it was not so much time in order to have these trials, and this delay. If we have these trials from before, it will be more secure about these vaccinations and so on. So this that happened now, we have created this, and the people, the society was anxious if the results are really true or really we were the experimental models. So it's something like that. We have really not to push. We have really to take all our time. And you know, I'm living in Switzerland. And Swiss people, they are taking their time for reflection and everything, because they like to have something good and solid by the end. So this as well. And yeah, I prefer to have really good arguments and solidify the results.
In Switzerland, we say there's no fire in the lake.
There is a fire in the lake, as Deep Purple, they say, smoke on the water, because this happened in Monterey, and they wrote this song there. So yes, there is fire in the lake sometimes.
What do you think is the most fascinating topic at this conference?
Fascinating topics for me, it is this photonics electronics, because it is a new source of energy that start to be explored a lot. It is a new direction that we are going right now. It will be nice really to know what this light is doing as well to the cells, what they are doing, how they are affecting our psychology, because we know that light is very important And people in the north, when they have this black or dark weather, they are completely depressed. So means that it is very important, but maybe we're not doing so much of experimental work there.
And you like coming to the Nanotexnology conference?
I
meeting
adore
your
it.
Friends and
I adore it. You know, it is as you know, it is the same for me because you are meeting people, it's a relaxed atmosphere, you see all the new technologies, how they are advancing. It is very friendly because you can go out after, you have dinners that everybody is intermingling, you have social dances, and even when you are drinking some kind of Greek spirits, let's say, metaxa or maybe other. So you are in a kind of euphoria. So yes, of course, everybody would like to be in euphoria, no?
that's how you get new ideas.
Exactly. This told me my professor, my tutor, when I was starting my PhD, and he saw me drinking a small ouzo, and he told me, "Don't worry, you can continue because ideas are coming like that."
And this is also a place to maybe start new projects.
Yeah, of course, projects you can have, you know, if you are aware about everything and you are informed and you have the good question, let's say, because you have to have a question, not to do for doing. If you have a question, I believe in our days, you can have thousands of solutions. You have this technology that you can tackle the same problem from different ways. And the problem is not a Ronaldo that is running out of you and you cannot catch. You know, we can catch everybody, and it's really this is the good thing of our times and of the new generation of scientists that are going to come, that they have in their feet the tools for doing everything.
So I like those electronic toothbrushes and those kind of like water pressure kind of things.
Yes.
And I wonder, can you get like a smart tooth in the future?
Yeah,
connect it
you
with
can.
Some kind of machine. And then if you need more vitamins or if you need some medicine or something, it goes through the tooth.
Yeah, it is not the vitamin and so on. Yeah, you can create this instead of to abolish, let's say, the toothbrush, electric or the manual one, and to abolish all these toothpastes and so on. Maybe you can do something with the photonics or this new material, graphene or whatever they have. You can place it maybe during the night as they are doing for orthodontic treatment for people. And you can have it, and after you have the microbial modification in the mouth, and you have not any reason after to brush the teeth because it's already clean. So it's something like that I can imagine in the future.
So you can have a graphene.
Yeah, why not? I don't know. I'm not a specialist on the material now, but I believe you can have it. Yeah.
This strange couple years happened, and some people say that there was nanotechnology in some of the vaccines and everything.
Yeah.
Do you think people are talking a lot about this at the conference?
They are talking. Actually, I heard, I was reading interviews with Sterios because he developed some sort of mask for breathing and so on, that they have this kind of utility, the nanotechnology. And of course, fortunately, the nanotechnology and the new technology for this has advanced, the genetics and so on. They were so advanced because you saw we were producing bacteria, vaccines that before we were need to have it in 3 years' time or 4 or 5. So this was very quick, and this quick, we saved possibly a lot of millions of lives. I believe that technology really helps us, and this is the good thing of science, that we can say, okay, we can go. Of course, science has to be dealt by people that are scientific, not by politicians alone. No, you have really to give solid arguments and not to use it for any political decision going against. So it is very dangerous, this. But I believe we had a good balance during this 1 year and a half, and the situation has been resolved the best way. Hopefully, we're by the end now. No.
And don't you think sometimes the solution is in very old medicine, and sometimes there's no, maybe it's better than doing some of the new, crazy new stuff?
Yeah, I believe that you have to use both. For instance, I will take you an example. No, you have the X-ray. They invented X-ray more than 100 years ago, even more. And you have new developments now that you can have imaging systems that are very complex, and these are adding more value, and you can go in more details and so on, but nobody has suppressed yet X-ray. Similar for this old medicine that you say, or the medicine of my grandmother, because she had this empirical medicine that people that were doing without dealing with the doctors, still we're keeping this. We're drinking tea still, or we say, okay, we have a problem, something, take this and take that. So we are following this, and of course we are using all these new advances from medical medicine and whatever is making. No.
And you have a lot of students?
Students, I have a lot. It is fortunately and unfortunately, I don't know, because it is a big responsibility, first of all, we have a lot of master students that they are trying to give their best. And yeah, that means we have the first prize from the university 3 times already. And we have just recently in Prague was a meeting specific on tooth, and we have one of the PhD candidates took the first prize there. So yeah, we have students, but they are doing well, and I'm happy for them. That means for me, I'm the most happy person in Earth if my students are doing well.
Does it happen that the students have crazy ideas? I'm not going to say crazy, but like very advanced. And they're very ambitious, want to do something, and then you help them do it, or do you help them
I tell
know
you
what the limits are?
Yeah, I tell you how it is. You know, when somebody is going because he cannot do whatever he likes, first of all, because all this, we are paying money to them, and all this money are coming from grants. So the student has to take a project that is according to the grant. Once you are given this, personally, this I'm doing. I'm leaving to read for 1 month and to instruct about this topic. And after, I'm asking what is turning on, which of all this he likes to do. Because if he likes or she likes something more, it is obvious that the result will be much better, because it's going to work with more enthusiasm. It is in the heart, the topic. Of course, there is this tendency to open up like that with ideas. Yeah, I'm reading this article and I'm bringing this idea. It's a kind of ventalia, no, as the Spanish ventalia. But this as well, me or the most, let's say, the PIs, the more experienced people, were there to close and to drive really in the target, because you have to follow always to have the target. You have not to lose your vision from where started from the beginning. And this is the most important part to understand for a student, that he has to work towards one target, and that's all. Of course, we are not abolishing smart ideas. If we say, give a try, see what is happening, and so on. It's not really you have to leave the student to feel free as well to do several things, because he's creating his personality like that.
You want them to have the biggest impact. And
of course.
By having the biggest impact, sometimes you have to be focused.
Yeah, the impact is coming. For instance, if you have a problem that is the COVID, you cannot look about tetanus, no? You have to look on COVID. And this, they have to be pragmatic, realistic, and to go towards this end. And actually, I can tell you this, when I was in Yale for some period as postdoc, and there was a very rich lab of Spiros Artavanis Tsakonas, and they had a lot of money. And I was asking, why you are doing this experiment, you are so much money? Because they were spending a lot of money, that I was coming from more modest labs in money from France that they have not. And in France, I adopt this Cartesian logic, that means there is one fly on the wall. you know that there is. So you have to focus to see where is the fly. After in France, they give you a gun with one bullet. And you have really to take the target, and if you are able, you have really to kill this fly that is in the wall with this one bullet. In America, this that I saw, you know that there is a fly in the wall. You don't know where it is, so you are going a mitrailleuse and you are shooting to all wall, and you say, okay, the wall is not existing anymore, hopefully the fly as well. So it was something like that for me. So you have to be always focused in what is the question, and this is going to give you the highest impact. And for this, you don't need so much money if you are really thinking carefully.
So can you apply the French fly gun method to the Americans?
Yes, of course, and the Americans, they are applying, but in some very rich labs that they lost the sense of money and so on, they say we have it, why not to do? Similar in Switzerland, but in Switzerland you have a control. That means they are not allowed you to make this kind of extravagances, no?
Sometimes when I look at the Americans and the budgets and the profits, it's so huge. But sometimes I wonder, to get scientific results and to get products that really change the world, maybe you don't need that many billions.
Yeah, you don't. Possibly you don't need so many millions and so on. It is a question really of balance always. I will tell you what is happening in America. You can be very successful, and the limit is the sky after. This is true. But you have the opposite, it's the but. If you are unsuccessful in America, you can go to sleep under a bridge. This is America. No airbags. You are going to Switzerland, it's completely different country. There they give you money to make your dream a reality, but you have two airbags. One airbag on top, so it's not sky your limit, and one airbag down. So you are never going to be left alone if you are failing in some project. So you are in something between. So maybe it's a cruelty in America, but you can see much more successful people there because, there is the sky. In Switzerland, you see, but it's a collective effort of very big brains, but they cannot reach as fast and easy as in America. To get a lot of money of some invention and so on.
Can you make a bridge? Take the American money, put it in Switzerland, and then everything is good.
And you will be good for Switzerland, yes. Of course, I love this idea.
Or just the Swiss, if they use their money more smartly, they could dominate the world.
Yeah,
they could bring solutions that really help billions of people.
Yeah, I believe that they don't want to dominate the world. The Swiss people, they are very peaceful and they like to live in Switzerland, but they like to live a comfortable life as well, and this is given the advantage of living comfortable life, but by having everybody allowing to have this sort of life that in some other countries, as in Greece right now or in Italy, you have some people that they will dream of this life, no?
So what's the bridge between Greece and Switzerland, for example? How would you compare the systems?
In Greece, it's completely different. Greece is not it's a poor country, Greece. Okay, it is very rich in resources. You have the sun, that is, you have the water, and you have all these products by nature that are functioning really perfectly. But industry is not existing in Greece in the same. We cannot compare now Switzerland or Germany or England or whatever else. We are trying hard with other. Now we have the computers. We have possibly this mathematical and so on, where is going in the future science. So people with very small money, they can make possibly very important contributions. So this is something now that they have to see. It is not me, I'm not a politician, but this has to be seen by politicians in order to develop. But it has to be a program of not even medium term, a long-term program, 20 to 50 years to come, and has not to change every time with any government.
I don't want to go into politics, right?
Yeah.
But is Germany having the best long-term plan in Europe?
I will not say so, because when we were speaking in the university in Zurich, it is about 30 years ahead, or 50 years ahead. I was in England, in London, and was there how we are going to do the courses after 20 years. So I believe all countries, they have all these very solid countries. They have long plans and so on. Greece, as I said, it is a new country because, it was free, let's say 150 years ago. It's not so long, and we have a lot of wars, and Balkan wars, and civil war, and we have dictatorship, and we have many things like that. It has to develop. People in Greece are really willing to go ahead, and they are going out, they are learning a lot, they are going to America, they are going to Germany, they are going to London, they are going to Japan even, and so on. I found some Greeks there. So they are traveling everywhere, and they like one day, that their country is going to be one prosperous other countries in the world.
And sorry, I don't want to go into politics, but that's the EU system of funding research. Is it a great success? Does it need a lot of improvement?
For the EU, I cannot blame the EU for something. It is good for Greece and for Italy and for some other Mediterranean countries, because right now the most of the budget for research and so on and development here is coming for projects that are coming from European community. So I cannot blame European community for this, because I don't know how could exist Greece and this. So again, this is without any political tonality in this. I don't want to put any political, but the money that we're getting a lot of money because, people that are doing well here in Greece, so the projects are competitive, they are getting the money, and after they try to, lead by lead, to improve things in Greece. Yeah.
All right. Does Switzerland work with the EU, or is it outside?
It's outside. There are some discussions if they have to join and so on. But for when we have their creating groups, yes, for research, this that they are doing, the Confederation is giving money to, if a project is successful and you are applying with other groups of Switzerland, of Europe, they are giving you the money and you can realize together this project. Yeah.
So there's a lot of research.
Yeah, there is, and you have this. Cooperations between different countries. For instance, they have Switzerland, Croatia, now is open Swiss, Japan, and so on. So you have these third countries as well, as they call less privileged, let's say. They have all these, yes.
Cool.
It's very nice. Thank you very much. Oh, it's nice to see you again. No, it is good.
Another half hour?
No, it's okay. It's fine.
Okay, cool. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the chat. I'll put you in a break for a second.
Yes.
Right. Hey, for anybody who's watching, sorry for the wait. I'm trying to queue up the next interview, so just wait for a second. There might be the what's called the lecture room is finishing up. A couple guys coming out. Maybe I can get the interview in just a couple minutes. Please wait longer.